Hey. We're back. We're back. It's time to continue with some MSQ. Today we're doing basically the entirety of patch 6.1. So that's gonna be fun. Let me look up the summary of what was added in the patch, so that we're not missing anything. I also have a singular long hair on my keyboard that is very distracting. There we go. Patch 6.1. Let's pull that up. So we have main story for the patch 6.1. We have Hildebrand, which we're not going to do today. We're doing those after 6.3. We have Tataru's Grand Endeavor, which is one quest. We're doing that after the MSQ. Then we have Omega Beyond the Rift, which is 2 quests. Then we have the Alliance Raid, part 1. We're doing that before the side quests. So it's MSQ... no, it's MSQ side quests with Tataru and Omega, and then the raid. That's how we're going to do this, I think. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll do it like that. MSQ side quests raid. That's the order we're doing this. 6.1. Well, well. Oh, this is the patch where they remade Cape Westwind in A Realm Reborn. Interesting. As well as Castra Meridianum and the Praetorium. And added data center travel. And duty support to all Realm Reborn main scenario dungeons and trials. This was a big patch. This was an important patch. That's very cool. What does this sound like now? What does this sound like now? We have my voice and the sound of the game. Okay, good. Great. I think we're good to go, right? I think it's safe to start this. Since yesterday, I got my Dancer to 90, and Black Mage halfway to 83. Haven't done MSQ roulette. I have done Frontline, but I'm not going to be able to do the MSQ roulette in 45 minutes, so we are just going to forge ahead. Now, my first question is the new MSQ stuff. It's all level 90, right? Yeah. It's all level 90. So, it doesn't matter what class I play. We're going with the boy. The main boy. The Dark Knight. Tataru! Hi. I don't know why I feel sad seeing her. The band broke up, Tataru. It's only us now. Newfound adventure. She's gonna give me something. Tataru is putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company. Chrane, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Yes. Take a seat then. I'll find us something to nibble on as well. What a good friend. Hey. That looks nice. I wouldn't say no to that. Yeah, it's very empty now.
It's so much quieter these days without...
Ah, without everyone around. I skipped it. How? Ah,
Not that I'm
ruined.
pining for your return, you understand.
Ruined.
I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
Wait for the next expansion. A grand new adventure, of course. I mean, yeah. Of course that's what we're gonna do.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough?
Nah.
Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you.
Hit me.
You fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while?
Sure.
Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again, and travel the world in search of wonder.
That could be fun. You're right. Who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered.
Oh, that's the spirit. I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination.
Yeah.
If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me.
Her shadow was very rough. I don't know why that is.
Thavner. That's where you should go next.
Okay. Why?
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzat the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Vritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
My boy!
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the bounty?
He said a lot of things in that moment, dude.
As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Fair. I miss Emmett Selk, man. I miss Emmett Selk! My boy.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress.
Wait, that's what she's giving me? That's dope.
Shouldn't take much longer now, though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Great. I love it every time she gives me armor because it always looks weird as hell or dope as hell. So, make sure it has pockets. You're the best, Tataru. And I mean that. Without you and Alphino, I wouldn't be here. The way they, like, helped carry everything during Heavensward.
The threats with love and care.
Oh, Jesus. That is a huge, huge wasp. Jesus Christ.
Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement.
Tataru, I have a huge wasp in here. Jesus. No, don't go in there. Goddamn, no. No, no. Dude, it's like this big. I need to get that thing out of here. Hold on. I'm not about to put this on camera. I'm not about to embarrass myself in this way. Jesus. Yeah, it might be a hornet. It's fucking huge. Okay. I hate that so much. Get out of there, dummy. He like found the one hole in like the wall here, and he crawled in immediately. Yo, hornet bitch, get out of there. Ah. Come on, dude. Get the fuck out of there. Dude, how the hell am I to get this thing out? Dude, he's fucking huge. I don't know what the I don't know what to do. Jesus. Can you kill a hornet with a wasp, like with a swatter? Like what's the drawback of that? Oh Jesus Christ, he's in another room now. Okay, back in here. Good. Get out of here now. Come on, get out. Get out. Get out. Bro, get out of the house. Get out of the house. Come on. Fucking hell. This is the worst timing of this to happen. Jesus Christ, it's big. How the hell do I get that thing out of here? Bro. Yeah, get out. Oh. He's flying towards the window, that's good. I need to close this window soon. Jesus, get out of here, dude. Oh. I hate this thing. Scourge, can you look up the drawbacks of killing a hornet? Like, do I smack this thing to death or do I try to get him out of here? Now I don't even know where he is anymore. Jesus Christ. Where'd he go? Where the fuck did he go? This is actually the worst way to spend my day. What the hell is happening? I don't know where he went. Hold on. He disappeared behind my computer and I don't know what the hell. Jesus. Can't believe I'm gonna die on camera. Like, dude, this hornet is huge. What the hell? Like, I pushed him down a bit with this thing, like pushed him down to fly, like shove him towards the window. And he like, I saw him descend near the back of my desk. I'm gonna I'm gonna mute the game, okay? I'm gonna mute the game. This is so dumb. Where did this thing go? He did not leave, that's for damn sure. He did not leave, but where did he go? Is he behind here? I don't know where the fuck he went. I don't know where the fuck he went. Like, I'm way too scared to sit down and just continue. This is so dumb. Such a waste of time, goddamn. Where the hell did he go? This is so stupid. Why? Like, where could he even have gone? I don't get it. I truly don't understand what happened. Did he fly into this thing? Is that a possibility? I think I heard him. Hornet Man? It's not in there. Where the fuck did he go? Did he fly out? And I just didn't, like, how did I not notice him flying out if that's the case? It's like this big. It's a fat motherfucker. Where did he... I truly don't know what the hell happened. This is so weird. I mean, I guess I have to just move on with my day, because I cannot for the life of me find this thing. And it's not like they're quiet creatures. If he comes back, I'll hear him. That up. Jesus Christ. What a time. What a time. Oh, Jesus. Well, the funny thing is that he disappeared over where I have my feet. So that's not ideal. Guess we're not putting them up on the footstand. Jesus Christ. That was something. I hope he flew out, but I'm not sure. I'm not certain. Tataru's like, yo, what about a new adventure? Summons hornets. Like, thank you. Ugh. My whims. Oh. Expected a hornet to land and take over the stream. Almost happened. What do you mean, Tataru? I feel targeted. Damn. I'm getting called out on all fronts here. Oh, okay. Hi. This is unexpected. Okay. Everything's blurry except for that thing. What the hell? If that's Xenos, I'm gonna shit myself. Okay. I don't think that was Xenos. That was scary, though. The game is fucking muted. God damn it.
Ah, you're awake.
You know what? I'm probably gonna restart this entire quest. Honestly, I'm probably gonna restart this entire goddamn conversation.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing.
That's so dumb.
You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga?
Yes.
Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall.
Look, I can just skip this and decline the completed quest, right? Yeah, let's do that. I'm not, like... I'm just gonna abandon the quest and redo it. Like, it's so dumb. I missed the start for some dumb reason that I don't remember. Oh, no. No. What? What? This is so infuriating. What the hell? Okay. YouTube, help me. What the hell am I doing? MSQ, no commentary. Jesus Christ. Okay, where is this? Okay. Here we go. Let's see. The part we missed where we had no sound. I'm gonna do this. Hold on. This is so infuriating. Yeah, we're going to see Virtra. We saw Selk. Okay.
The last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Let's mute my game in the background. There we go. You're the best, yeah. And then she started sewing.
And trim in there, knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I am one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
God damn it. I can't believe you cannot abandon an MSQ quest. That's so...
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across. Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
Here we go. I was sitting here freaking out about this, and the sound on the stream was off, so, you know. He looks less shrouded in stuff here than when I saw him, I think.
And thus I am returned.
I mean, it looks like Xenos, which I hope it isn't. But it looks like he has a scythe and the demon arm from Enshroud or whatever it's called, so I don't know. Newfound adventure. And waking back up, yeah. Let's see if I skipped
awake.
something very important or not. Because honestly, I should have just paused, checked it out on YouTube, the part that we missed, and then kept going. But now we have to watch the entire scene on YouTube.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
Very nice. Hopefully when I put this up on YouTube, I will go to the inn and start the video where you can rewatch a scene with the way your character looks now. Oh, never mind then. I was at the end of the quest, so okay, we're good. We don't need to do any of that. Okay, thank you. We're back to our own stuff. Okay, Diamond Forge over there. Okay. I think I might go Paladin for the patches, because Paladin is supposed to be the canon class for the expansion. I might do it for the patches. Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment. You'll see. I'm ready to be convinced, Ataru. A little more room in the shoulders. Open up the cuffs. A final adjustment to the hem. Oh, all done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Oh, I kind of like that. It's very simple, but that's actually, like, I don't like all the extremely flashy gear, so this is kind of neat. Kind of dig this. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? Ha! The canon hairstyle and everything, that's funny. I'm so glad you approve. You've outdone yourself, Tataru. Thank you. So what do I owe you was the other one. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. I will. Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They look at you, a famous hero, and wonder, wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments? And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Taru's boutique. An entrepreneur, huh? Hornet's still not here. Where did it go? I can hear it now, the merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. Wayfarer. Okay. Oh, even earring and necklace. Cool. No pants, though. I think we are actually going to be wearing that. Oh. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. I have an entire Excel doc. Who wouldn't... Jesus Christ. I forgot I turned off the light. It's so... That's why it's so blue. Shit. Nothing's going the way it's supposed to today. Okay. Maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Oh! Collection expanded, the unending codex. Whoa. Okay. How much? There's a lot in here. I don't know if I... Like, should we read this now? There's a lot in here. Though publicly known as the organization's receptionist, Tataru also serves as the Scion's coin keeper, a role she executes with enthusiastic cunning that borders on the terrifying. Tataru, Sign of the Seventh Dawn, coin keeper. Born to Ul'Dan merchants, the young Tataru had everything a Lalafell could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt and still smarting from this abrupt introduction to the harsh realities of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a lapidary at the age of 12. Henceforth, you mean she's older than 7? I know she's like 20-something, but still. And henceforth supported the household with her meager earnings. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore, who would later recruit Tataru to oversee the Path of the Twelve's finances. Tataru, in return, resolved to use her newfound position not only to accrue personal wealth, but also to serve others. Indeed, when the Path of the 12 relocated to the Waking Sands and her role was expanded to include secretarial duties, she used her considerable social acumen to build relationships and increase its influence. As the organization slowly but surely grew into an association of like-minded and gifted souls, she was instrumental in seeking out potential members blessed with the Echo. After the 7th Umbral Calamity, when the Path of the 12 merged with the Circle of Knowing to form the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Tataru continued her tenure as secretary and coinkeeper combined. When the political situation in Ul'Da drove the Scions from their headquarters for a time, she journeyed with Alphino and the Warrior of Light to Ishgard, that they might there regroup and rebuild the organization. Later, she accompanied a contingent of Scions to the Far East, where she established ties with the East Aldenar Trading Company's Kugane branch in order to fund local anti-imperial resistance efforts, one of her many laudable ventures on the Scion's behalf. Privately, Tataru has long regretted her inability to assist her comrades in martial endeavors, and thus sought to train as an arcanist. Alas, these efforts met with misfortune, including the escape of her carbuncle companion. And so she has since resolved to provide financial support through trades, such as mining and weaving. In doing so, she has become something of a master artisan, going so far as to establish her own boutique in Old Charlian, where she always manages to find the time to fashion new outfits for her Scion friends when they stand poised upon the threshold of journeys new. That's a pretty great description of Tataru. Very thorough. Didn't mention her drinking habits. Outside of that, though, I feel it's very accurate. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn. This secret society was the product of a merger between the Circle of Knowing, led by Louis Levieur, and the Path of the 12, led by Minfilia Ward, following the 7th Umbral Calamity. Working in concert with the leaders of Eorzea, the Scions strove to address the myriad problems that plagued the realm, be it the godlike primals, the imperialistic Garleans, or the scheming Ascians, beings who have long shaped history from the shadows. As a means to achieve its objectives, the society sought out those blessed with the Echo, a mysterious power with myriad manifestations, the most notable of which was the ability to walk in the memories of others. It was for this reason they extended an invitation to the Warrior of Light. On account of their contributions in dealing with several primals and the 14th Imperial Legion, the Scion's existence became public knowledge. Utilizing their newfound reputation, Alphino Levieur founded the Crystal Braves, a military organization intended to pave the way for a unified Eorzea. However, the society's activities had made it the target of a monetarist faction of Ul'dah, and an elaborate betrayal by Alphino's presumed allies resulted in the Scions being framed for the Sultana's assassination. Though branded fugitives and scattered for a time, they eventually learned of a plot within a plot that saw the monarch put in a deep slumber rather than slain, and succeeded in clearing their names. Their honor restored, the Scions went on to become key players in the liberation of Alamigo and Doma from Imperial rule, and after helping to avert the final days, they judged their mission fulfilled. So it was that they announced their disbandment, at least outwardly, and retreated from plain sight to labor in secret once more. The final days. This dreadful calamity befell the star in the distant past, when it was known as Etheris. In that shining age, men had the power to manifest anything at will, even living beings, and through this miraculous creation magic, their civilization thrived. One day, however, following a keening sound from the land, their magics ran rampant, giving form to eldritch horrors born of fear and despair. Their blissful lives became a walking nightmare, and mankind was driven to the brink of extinction. The Convocation of 14, the people's chosen representatives, observed that the phenomenon manifested where the celestial currents, the star's outermost flow of ether, had grown weak and stagnant. In order to address this deficiency, they summoned forth the mighty Zodiarch to exert control over the laws of creation. Though this act demanded a high price, the sacrifice of half of mankind's remaining number, the vast majority willingly rendered up their lives, and thus were the final days forestalled. Over the intervening millennia, this star-encompassing calamity had faded from memory. But faced with its second coming as engineered by the Telophoroi, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn embarked upon a desperate quest for the truth. At length, they discovered that an ancient named Hermes had created Meteon, a being capable of traversing the great expanse to ascertain the meaning of life by seeking out other civilizations in the universe. Alas, Meteon and her sisters found naught but despair, driving them to conclude life was suffering and death the sole mercy. Fleeing to the edge of existence, they became the Endsinger, and proceeded to unleash the power of Dynamis, an esoteric energy set in motion by feelings to usher all stars to their doom, that life need not continue in vain. Despite seemingly insurmountable odds, the Scions held fast to hope, and amidst darkest despair lit the way for their champion, as they confronted the Endsinger at her nest. And at the end of a fierce battle, they emerged triumphant, and put an end to the final days once and for all. Now available in collection. New entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to Codex as you progress through the main scenario quests. Nice. I like having a finished book to go back to and read. It actually makes a lot of sense because there is a lot in this game. Complete. Yeah, okay. There we go. Oh yeah, the Moogle event. Last time it was around, I got this. And I was hoping they were gonna add more of the Shadowbringer dragons. They didn't. But instead, I got this. Hello? I got this instead. Like, the people making the mounts in this game are crazy people. Crazy people. But I guess now I don't have to farm Eureka for it. I think it's Eureka. Or Bosia, I don't remember which one. But at least I don't have to farm for it, so that's nice. And I think that's music I've never heard before, so that's fun. Also, before we keep going, hold on, I'm just gonna check the thing. Checking that the Hornet is not like sitting somewhere under my table. I genuinely have no idea where the hell it went. But I'm still here like freaking out about it. Like, there's nowhere else he could have gone. I've looked everywhere over here. He didn't fly back in the house. Because the door is closed, or it was closed. And the window's closed now, and he's not over there, so I have no idea. He must have left. But I'm still, like, kind of nervous about it. Because I've been stung by a wasp once, and my entire face, like, grew 12 sizes. So I'm kind of scared. Okay, let's actually do this. This is what my paladin looks like now. But we're gonna change a few things. We're gonna remove the glam plate link. I'm gonna swap over. Glam. Wayfarer. Did not need to close that window. Could have just kept going from here. Okay, do I need to change the pants or can I just run with these? How stupid does it look though? Let's see. Oh, this is actually what he's wearing in the cover art of the patch. Now that I'm looking at it. Okay. It's weird they didn't include the pants, because he has a specific set of pants on the image. Let's see if we can make something out of this. Let's go over to... I think Ishgard is the closest. Let's go there. And work our magic. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow. I think I'm gonna go invisible shield. So I'm just running around with a sword. I think. Does this go in the armoire or the glam dresser? Dresser, okay. Running out of space. Cleaned this thing out so many times and I just have to redo it every damn time. I don't think I'm gonna use this for anything. Probably not gonna use this either, honestly. I have like a version of it here. So I don't really need this. Yeah, let's change this one. Wayfarer. There we go. Okay, what pants do we have for Paladin? I don't know what would work well with this, honestly. Nah. Kind of like that. That could work. That also kind of works. This is it. This is what we're doing. Let's go with this one. Those things kind of match these things, so that's kind of cool. Let's do that. What sword are we using? That's very simple. It could work. I don't like how chunky this sword is for a one-hander. Like, honestly, this one might look the best out of all of them, which is insane. Maybe this one. Why does it go through the dagger? That's so dumb. This might be it. This might be the fit for a while. I don't hate the way that looks, honestly. I mean, this is the real end game, right? You're just sitting here looking at gear. Oh, Jesus. Punched the shit out of my microphone. What do they look like with this thing? Link. There we go. Oh yeah. Forgot about this thing. Do we have a shield that fits, or do we want to just straight up hide? That looks simple and clean. I do kind of like that. I do kind of like that. Oh, that's a shame. I wish I could have dyed the cloak parts. Like, keep the main tunic this color and made the cloak slightly red. That would have been cool as hell. Don't know why I have two of these. I don't know why I have a lot of these items, honestly. We're probably just going like this. Okay, what about these swords? Any of them do the thing? There we go. Okay. This one's just too big. Too much. This one could work. I think the hilt, like the cross guard, is kind of too much. I like everything else about it, but the cross guard is a bit much. It's blue as well, that's weird. Yeah, I think we'll just rock what we have going right now. So this is my character for the moment. Very nice. We're almost an hour into the stream. I've done one quest. Thankfully, I'm off work for 3 days. Not a big fan of that outfit. I kind of love that it's more relaxed. Just a... like, back to be a humble adventure. And it kind of looks Greek. Like everything else in the damn story at this point. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best place to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Merides Mayhain, the finest drinking establishment at Vods. I know where that is. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks of loosening their tongues. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Chrane. May fair fortune find you. Bye, Tataru. Thank you, Tataru. To Vods we go. Basically, what's happening with my character right now is that this armor and this changing class is gonna be like a transition period into Viper when Dawntrail hits. We're losing the giant blade. We're going over to a shorter sword. Still a long sword, but a shorter sword. And then, when we travel to the new world, the inspiration will hit and we'll equip a second long sword. This song is kind of cool. I don't think I've actually straight up listened to the music here before. This is used somewhere else, this melody. Wait, was that was that that was not the melody of Flow, is it? Holy shit, it might be. That's insane if they use that song here. Welcome to Barity's Man. Hello. Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. I'm here for information. Give it to me. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vaults? You have one regular historian, in fact, who could tell you all about it. And there he is, Professor Jolene. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Merid found out I took coin from Thavnir's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Jolene. Yes. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder registrations. Excuse me? I'm having a thought, but I can't speak on it. So I don't think it's right, because there's two more things I've been spoiled on. I think, like, when I saw this guy, I was like, is that one of them? But I don't think it is. But that's what ran through my mind, and we'll probably be talking about them, the spoilers, today or tomorrow, I think. I'm assuming, so we'll see. I'll jump back and reference this then, when we know. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? I want to ask you about the sunken vault and the bounty. Probably not a good idea to be that direct. And where did you hear such a thing? Suppose I could tell you about it, except the tale is rather long and my throat is so very dry. I got just the thing. Here we are, one of Merid's finest. Enjoy! Oh, lovely. Bottoms up. He empties the cup in a single pull. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Al-Zadal? He was... Hatun is how you say that, right? It's either Han or Hatun, I don't remember. Of the Aru tribe, which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzat-Han. Oh, look at that. His decision to aid the Arca Sadara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation of this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Al-Zadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radzat-Han's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches. Others that have brokered an alliance with a certain worm, that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Rodsadon, folk would remember the tale of a hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but the precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Another round for the professor. Ha! I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Today was a splendid day to visit the Mayhain. He gulps down his newest drink with gutso. Where were we? Yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault flatly refused, to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. What is he talking about? I just saw the shadow, through the curtain. I saw the shadow of a, what I assume is a hornet again. So maybe he is outside. Let's hope so. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been since he set sail, I hear, but he did have... I could say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words send you to your death, I never live with myself. I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? Which expansion would you like to hear about? The very edge of existence. From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the warrior, the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Milil, more of the same if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Jolene drains yet another cup dry. He's not doing good, is he? Anyway, you be who you are. I suppose it would hurt to share a little more. This friend of ours, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? Forget it. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Milil, more drinks! Signal for water instead. Help this man. Your drink, sir? Marvelous. I'm parched. My sister's friends did that to my sister once. She had too much to drink. They gave her water, and her assumption was that she started to become immune to the alcohol. It's probably not my story to share, but I think it's really funny, and that's what that made me think of. That was water. And you tell her to bring me water? So that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged and put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the main's fine spirits. It probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Jolene has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you'll need to locate a man by the name of Azama. That was a very different quest. I love the vibe of the music in this place. It's so cool. I'm assuming this is job gear. Very neat. What up, Azama? Yes, I am Azama, and who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Al-Zadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Al-Zadal III's otherworldly horde, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me. How he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one of Zajal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route. But my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With that meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty. And within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. Dungeon? Possibly? If you truly intend on seeking Al-Zadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home. The music is dope. Ah!
Please, Zajal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
Zajal. He looks smug as hell. It's probably not even a real one.
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness? So, you hope to find your fortune?
Thancred?
You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment?
I mean, he would be doing the kid a service
As I
by not
thought.
sending him on this
Come
journey.
back when you've more than rags to your name.
Oh!
This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Al-Zadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat-Han, and a direct descendant of Al-Zadal Khan.
This is either Thancred or
A
Ardbert.
map to Al-Zadal's legacy.
I'm torn on who it is.
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
That's my guess.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession.
Really now?
A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away.
You're kind of a fool.
Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed would never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate!
Oh!
Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim?
It's rough, buddy.
How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map. Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoards they stand to uncover.
Oh! Huh? The boy! Estinion.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
Yay! I'm glad he's here.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
Do it for him, Estinian. Do it for him.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Even the pouch is made of gold. Hey, man.
Well met, my friend.
Hello.
Someone is dressed for adventure.
Tataru made them for me.
But why Thavner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
So, want to team up?
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
So it was a fake. Very nice. Very nice.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
You seem eager to be underway. Never took you for treasure on her. You seem eager to be underway. Why the rush?
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days.
My man.
I hope to do for Thavner what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
Did he tell you how he fell through the roof? Or the ceiling, I guess?
Speaking of precocious lads, That boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Yeah.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough.
Yeah. Yeah,
Thus,
that
if
felt genuine.
some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent. Whether the map leads us to the vault or not.
Mm.
You are coming along, yes?
As if you could stop me, dude. Shall we split the expenses? Naturally, dude. Of course.
I thought as much.
Yeah.
Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
So I wonder, like, I'm assuming the Al-Zadal thing is gonna be a dungeon. I wonder how they're gonna fill the rest of the party out for duty supports. Estinian has been added to the Unending Codex. Yeah. Let's read. Estinian Varlino. That's a cool name. Sign of the Seventh Dawn, Dragoon. One of Ishgard's most capable knights, Estinian, called Wormblood by many, once led his order as the renowned Azure Dragoon. Like me. Well, I was the Azure Dragoon, I didn't lead his order. Estinian's origins are humble, having been born to a family of shepherders in the eastern highlands of Kurthus. However, the course of his pastoral life was forever changed when his village of Ferndale was razed by the great worm Nidhogg, an attack which claimed the lives of his parents and his brother. Bereft of home and family, the orphan of 12 summers was taken in by Alberic, then holder of the title of Azure Dragoon. The two proceeded to forge a complicated relationship. A martial instructor, an adoptive father, and a flawed knight, one who failed to protect his family. To the young Estinian, Alberic was all these things and more. When his training was complete, Estinian joined the Temple Knights. Oh, there is so much here. Okay, Jesus. Estinian joined the Temple Knights. So focused was he on the fight against the Dravanian horde that he scarcely remembered the names of his companions. His sole friendship was with Aymeric de Borel, a knight of similar age who shared Estinian's passion for the cause. Estinian's prowess saw him rise through the ranks, first becoming a dragoon, and later inheriting the title of Azure Dragoon, once held by his foster father. Like all Azure Dragoons, Estinian would carry with him the Eye of Nidhogg, a relic torn from the worm's head over 1,000 years ago. Though the eye conferred power to the bearer, it rendered them vulnerable to Nidhogg's influence, and his undying hatred threatened to consume Estinian's very soul. Only through constant vigilance and strength of will did Estinian maintain a grip on his sanity, though there were occasions where when he came perilously close to succumbing to Nidhogg's rancor. I guess this is the part of the level 50 MSQ when you fight him. Or Dragoon quests, I mean, not MSQ. Did that change the lighting at all? Not really, right? Oh. Still very blue because it's so bright outside and I have no, like, shade thing back here to get rid of the sunshine. In the midst of the Dragonsong War, Estinian offered to accompany the Warrior of Light and Alphino Levier in their quest to convince the Dravanians to renounce their 1,000-year campaign of vengeance. Though he did not believe they would succeed, Estinian nevertheless agreed to eschew violence, unless circumstances forced his hand. They were later joined by Isael, leader of the heretics, who similarly believed peace an unlikely prospect, but one still worth pursuing in earnest. Estinian traveled with the others to the Churning Mists, where they sought an audience with Reisvalger, brother of Nidhogg. From the Great Worm, they learned the truth of the Dragonsong War, that it was King Thordan of ancient Ishgard who drew first blood, when he and his knights murdered the Great Worm Ratatoskr, and subsequently devoured her eyes so that they might claim her power for themselves. Yet in spite of this truth, the fact remained that Nidhogg was intent upon the destruction of Ishgard, and if he could not be persuaded to yield, they had but one recourse in the end. The Azure Dragoon succeeded in hunting down and slaying his archenemy, presumably ending the 1,000-Year War. Upon their return to the capital, Estinian and his companions discovered that Archbishop Thordan VII had plotted to wield the power of a primal to transform himself into an eternal god king and bless the world with his twisted idea of harmony. They pursued the Archbishop to Asislaw, where they put an end to his machinations once and for all. However, in the wake of the battle, Estinian succumbed to the all-consuming hatred within Nidhogg's two eyes, transforming into a vessel for the Worm's shade that would marshal his forces for a final assault on Ishgard. Following his defeat on the Steps of Faith, Estinian regained partial control and urged Alphino and the Warrior of Light to kill him. But instead the two tore the eyes from his body, casting out Nidhogg's shade and saving the Dragoon's life. One of my favorite parts of the entire game. That patch is insane. With his homeland entering an age of peace, Estinian renounced his title of Azure Dragoon and set off on a journey of his own. Even during these wanderings, though, he stayed abreast of the Scion's activities and participated in both the liberation of Alamigo and sabotage efforts within Garlemald. In time, he gave in to the relentless solicitations of Tataru and Kryl, officially becoming a scion and working tirelessly with his comrades to deliver the world from the calamity as the final, known as the Final Days. I love that he's being like hounded by Tataru and Kryl, and he's like, those two women scare the shit out of me. Like whenever you talk to him later, it's so funny. Following his long journey from arch-nemesis of dragons to their friend and brother, Estinian renamed his lands Nidhogg after his fallen foe. Though he is still a lone wolf at heart, he travels more often with others than before, such as that to the Isle of Thavnair, where he has forged a new friendship with Virtra, another of the First Brood. Good stuff. So here's what I'm thinking. When I'm playing through the patch, I'm gonna read all these at the end of the stream. We're gonna collect all of them and then read them at the end when we've done everything else. So if you're not interested in listening to me reading these, you can sign off then. So we'll save that for the very end in the future. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavnair at Virtra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hannish delights to refuse. He wished me to train the Radiant Host in lance work. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matze is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiali and see if he can help us. All the way out there, huh? No worries, dude. No worries. Let's pick all these up in case. In case we see anything. But in general, Scorch, are the sound levels fine? Like, what do you feel? Is it aight, or is it scuffed as all hell? Because I tried, it's fine, good. Good. I tried increasing the volume in-game so that it's louder for me. But then went and lowered it in Streamlabs instead. Because I started feeling like I wasn't really hearing a lot of what was going on. Like, when I went back after streams and listened to the songs that played during the game on Spotify, I was like, God damn, this is a damn bop. But when I was streaming, I was like having it on low volume so that it wouldn't like be too loud on stream. Not even contemplating that there is a way better way to get around that. Oh yeah, I've been doing some Arcasadara dailies. They are settling in this little town here. It's pretty neat. It's here to the west of Yedlemod. And they are rank 6 right now. Same with the Loperates. I should get the mount next rank, I think. And I'm assuming this is the mount for their reputation. And I'm kind of excited. I think the hippo looks dope. Though I would love to just ride on the back of the hippo. I think it's fun to have some mounts where you're on a cart behind the animal, so it makes sense. You want a hippo too? It's super easy, dude. Just do the reputation for them. It's so fast. Like, you can do 3 dailies a day. It takes 5 minutes to do all 3. You get a third of a level. Like, it's that simple. You get like 1,000,000 XP for one quest. And you do 3 every day. And every reputation gives you a mount at the end, and they give you a minion slightly before that. So I have like a tiny little elephant minion I can summon. I can buy the 3 mage sisters that we fought in the dungeon as tabletop things. I bought a card, and they sell rank 10 materia, which is great. So it's absolutely worth doing the reputation here. Plus, it's just a great way to level. Same with the crafters. Reputation is my only way I'm leveling them. As soon as you get to 71, I'd say, like, you do up to, I'd say do 71 in Ishgard, the restoration efforts, from 1 to 71, and then just do the dailies in Shadowbringers, the daily rep with the dwarves. And if you do the daily rep with the dwarves for crafting, you get this thing. This is a reputation mount. It even has an action where you can shoot. I think it's great. And then when you fly, you jump into the thing, and then you see it has the frog head. For the... I want to say lid, but I know that's not the right word. But like the thing, I don't know. What's the word they use in Lost? Hatch. Thank you, the hatch. Yeah, when you close the hatch, it's like a frog face. But yeah, all the reputation mounts are great, in my opinion. They're really fun. And where's the one for the pixies? There it is. Here's the one for the pixies. In Shadowbringers. Give you a pig. That's great. And that's just for need to get on the pixies. Yeah, it's great. He flies with his big ears. It's if Dumbo was a pig. It's great. I think the A Realm Reborn ones are kind of weak. I could get this one from... I think this is from the Amalja, if I remember correctly. Brotherhood of Ash, yeah, it's the Amalja. This is from the Ixal? No. What are they called? The fish guys? What are they called? Sahagin. This is the Sahagin mount. Yeah, exactly. And this is from the the kobolds. That's probably the best one from A Realm Reborn, I think. What a power stance. And then we have the direwolf from this is the Ixal. It's a creepy looking thing. Then we went to Heavensward, and I don't have any of these mounts because they cost 200k gil each. I think the Vanu had like a flying serpent thing. The Vath also had a flying serpent, I think. And the Mughals have a cloud. You just sit on a cloud and it flies. I probably should go pick that up. Stormblood. We got an elephant from the Ananta. The Naga people. No, wait. No, we did. Did we get 2 from them? We got this too, right? I think we got this from them as well. From the Ananta. And then the Kojin was this, right? The Kojin gave us the Ray, the terrifying mouth. And the Namazu. Where's the Namazu one? It's this. Which is also pretty great. And this one, this mount does what I want reputation mounts to do. It plays their music. It plays the Namazu music. But a lot of the reputation mounts don't play their respective songs. But I wish they all did. This poor guy right here. And in Shadowbringers, we got the pig for the pixies, the tank for the dwarves. And in Endwalker, I'm assuming we're gonna get another, like, mech or something. Like, something similar to this. There is a mech you drive around, you fly around on in the Loporit's quests, where you, like, drive around and then play music with it. Maybe that's what you end up getting, I'm assuming. And here from the Arca Sidara, you get most likely the hippo carts. And then I have no idea what mounts you get from the gatherer reputations in either Shadowbringers or Endwalker. I truly have no clue. Oh, we're up 4 pages of mounts now. Cool. What was the last one I got? Might have been Gabriel. Yeah, it was Gabriel. The next mount I'm getting is the Venegaroon, I think it's called. The nut mount for Endwalker. Really close to that one. Fly, boys! Fly! Matsya! What up, man? My boy. Hey. My friends would bring you to our humble village. I do remember voicing him as a kind of a young boy for some reason. So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I'll have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Hey, kitty. Hey. Cat just woke up. Have you noticed our little shadow has been following us since we left the city? We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Hello. Ah, it is you. You know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beasts. I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnir? You are, I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zajal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... well, would be... Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. You're kind to overlook the wrong I have done you, but there's more you need to know. Oh? The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zajal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vaults, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, I assure you. Oh, I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... Now you've gone and made him cry. You might need a hand moving the treasure. Assuming we find any. Still, I'm making a joke, Estinian. Play along. Still, it may prove wise to bring some companions along, all the same. Any ideas of whom to approach? The signs have scattered far and wide and since our last gathering. Ooh. Thancred and Urianger would be the obvious choice, I think. Because they're also out adventuring. Alphino and Alistair are like in Garlemald, I think. So that's fairly close. Gratia and Kryle. they basically said that they would invite me on adventures in the future, so that's cool. I have met Gratia since disbanding the Scions, because I unlocked Eureka Orthos, the Palace of the Dead for Endwalker. So him and I met outside of Mordona. Otherwise, I haven't met or done any quest relating to any Scion whatsoever. Probably Alphino and Alizé, right? Little Lord Alphino and his sister. Well, they're not bound for Garlemald. They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets. But they're the closest, right? Thancred and Urianger? Thancred and Urianger, huh? Those two would answer our call, certainly, but they left the Rising Stones with a definite task in mind. And I am loath to interrupt the self-appointed mission. So it's just going to be no one. Gratia and Kryle. We're about to realize we cannot just call upon everyone. Aye, Kryle may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Gra, you would surely leap at the invitation. Yeah. Will that set your mind at ease? Okay, so that's where we were going. To invite those two. Great! I'd love to get Kryle in on some action here. That'd be fun. Gratia is always a joy to have around, and I think Kryle needs to, you know, needs to get in on some of the action. I mean, I know she wants to, so I think that's going to be fun. Yes, if that man is as strong as you... Is he, though? Strong, I mean? Yes. What is your name, boy? Merad, sir. Well, Merad, your life is yours to live as you will. Hey, kitty. Your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sisters safe. Has he been scratching at my glass shelves this whole time? Hey, dude. Ah. There we go. This little boy, this sweet little boy, is 16 years old. But he still behaves as he has for the past 15 years. Hey. Hey. You wanna leap on my desk? No, don't do that. There's too much stuff on there. Please don't do that. Yeah. You just want some attention, huh? Yeah. You want to go outside? I can let you out. You want to go outside? Yeah. I'm gonna go let the cat out. I'll be right back. Bo? It's funny, his name is Busse, but like if I were to say that in any English sort of way, I would be basically calling him Bussy, which is kind of funny. Or just Bo. I think that's simpler. I'll be right back. There we go. Cat is now outside. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat. And everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Justinian. Good guy, dragon murderer. Yeah, I don't think I need more food. I think I'm all set for the moment. I shall leave you to recruit Garaha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off, Marad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Is it in... Yeah, it's in Charlene. Oh, look who it is! Welcome back, Chrane. What might the students do for you? Give me your students. Gra, yes, he's in the main hall with Mistress Kryl. They've been holed up there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. Voice acting. Voice acting. The song doesn't give me that much hope for it, but we'll see. The camera angles kind of give me hope.
Ah, Urgica, my good man.
Nope.
Would you be so kind as to...
What up, dog?
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
Hello.
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
What are the two of you working on?
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We located several accounts in the archives of Numenon and added them to the collection we recovered from the Isle of Val.
And judging by the progress we've made thus far, sorting this pile will keep us occupied for days to come. But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
Adventure.
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition.
Yeah.
I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance.
That's a lot of Arthur fists.
Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along?
It's just you, me, and
Then
Estinian.
might I suggest we invite your Stola?
Sure.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift.
Yeah.
It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day.
Oh,
We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon.
so she's here.
Considering what you've
It's
told
convenient.
us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say.
Didn't even consider that potential crossover right there.
Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
Oh?
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loperites are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
Is that what the dungeon's called? Alzadal's legacy? Because they keep
None can deny
capitalizing the
benefit of
legacy.
seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Yeah. Oh, and also you should talk to Thancred.
Safe travels, you two.
Okay.
But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
We'll be back.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
Let's go, my boy. Speak with the Stola. Kral's been added to the codex. Gra and Kryl. Ba ba da ba. I forgot about these things. Is she lying on the ground? Well, she wasn't hard to find, at least. Stola?
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Oh, a person can only go for so long.
Close my eyes for one moment.
The complete cutoff of the music.
How long have you two been here?
Incredibly unexpected. Great. Catching up on some light reading.
Something to that effect. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me.
That's crazy.
As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past.
Besides the Crystal Tower.
A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar. But 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself.
She just wants to go back to her
The leap I
boyfriend,
made with
dude.
the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite.
Good.
A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Absolutely.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me?
How about some adventure?
Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished.
Possible.
An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akiali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to
whence?
Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane last we heard.
I thought she said whence, like
Then
when.
by all means, let us recruit him and be on our way.
That went well. These things, like, they've built AIs to take care of all this stuff, and they're like, I guess it's not important. Dude, I see the chat log. I unlocked so many codex pages. Ishtola, Heidelin, Reflections, the Crystal Tower. Urianger is down there. Okay. And whence do we embark upon this expedition? I thought whence meant time, not place. Maybe I'm not smart enough to understand all the weird mumbo-jumbo they speak. An unwelcome visitor? Oh, that's the raid. Never mind. I was like, what the hell is that? That's part of what we did yesterday. 8-man raid. Part 2 starts there. Oh yeah, my Chocobo is now all dressed up in Ramu gear. That's who he is now. See how far it flies, see how far it goes. My little chocobo. Oh, is he on the moon? No, he's straight up in front of the ship. Never mind. I don't see Thancred anywhere. Was he not supposed to be traveling with Urianger? That's what I thought. I visited Labyrinthos on several occasions recently. This music is still playing here? Did no one turn the boombox off? But I've not set foot in Thomazane since the day we boarded the Ragnarok. Hello, Urianger.
Ah, our illustrious champion.
Yay, my boy.
Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure.
I love how this fits with the armor we got from Totoro.
I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Yeah. It's good to see you well. Like, we'll learn about Thancred.
And thee.
Yeah.
As ever, thou art the picture of strength.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loperids had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loperids now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
Don't look at me, dude. I'm innocent.
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon? So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity.
Yeah. Let's go.
I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Yeah.
Counting Estinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
So we're just ignoring Thancred?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old
Thank you. Thank you. My boy.
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
You're looking well.
That's because we didn't travel by experimental aetherite.
Oh.
It's astounding what a lack of nausea does for one's sense of well-being.
Weird that.
In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather?
Nothing specific. Let's leave, guys. Let's ignore him. Of course we need to bring him along.
The waters of the bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
You better join us too.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
So he says.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
No, join us.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters.
Huh. Interesting.
I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations.
Okay.
Till we meet again.
Bye, Thancred.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Urianger has been added to the Unending Codex. Travel is so expensive. This here is my little chocobo. See how far it flies. See how far it goes. We have a ship. Why do I feel like we're missing someone? We're not though, right? No, this is everyone. Hi, Matsuya. I will pray to Sundaruva for your safe return. May the wealth of her blessing guide you to the treasure you seek. Oh, the thrill of imminent adventure. I never tire of this feeling. Just imagine the possibilities. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans in all likelihood. Though homes raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt, the void left by those we have lost cannot so easily be filled. I send you to recruit Graha, and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsuya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. Aye, we'll keep an eye out. Despite his misgivings, I wager Murad remains in that merchant's employ. Alzadal III. I confess I'm somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? What of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. We're gonna be on a boat. Nice. Yay! Alzadal's Legacy. Let's do this. That's not the button. Is it? What's the button? There we go. So this is the pre-made party it gives me. I feel like he needs to be here, right? He's so excited about adventuring with me. I feel like he needs to be here. Augustinian is where I started this journey. Ishtola wants to find a way to travel to a different world. Ryonji wants to find designs for holes in the ground.
I stand ever ready.
That's how I feel about the motivations at this point. So this is what we're gonna do. Do I get these for doing... I guess so. I guess I get them for doing it like this. Interesting. Okay.
I stand ever ready.
Let's do this. Hold on a second. Yeah, we're missing the twins and Thancred, and then we have the rest of them. Okay. Let's go! We're getting new dungeon music. I'm so excited. A map? Okay. George of the jungle. Damn. This feels like something completely different from what we've been doing. I kinda love it. You end the universe ending threat, and it's like, let's dick about. Such a weird feeling. Yeah, but I mean, it's way, like, my biggest problem with a lot of stores is that they build up to a universe ending event, and then they're like, and now the universe is ending again, and I'm like, don't. The universe cannot be about to end every 12 minutes. Like, there has to be some downtime and some different stuff happening. But so many stories are way too eager to just be like, shit's about to break again. I'm like, can we just enjoy a nice boat trip? Can we just relax? So, for me, this is perfect. As long as there's a general idea of where we're going, I'm fine. That's why somewhat enjoyed Phase 4 of the Marvel movies and somewhat didn't. Because while I do enjoy the fact that that was so rude. These guys look crazy. I did enjoy the fact that it was different and calming down from the Infinity Stone stuff. It felt directionless, and that was my big issue with it. Like, I do enjoy the fact that we're now back on a smaller scale doing different things, but like, why are we doing smaller things? Because it feels like you're just remaking Iron Man again in 14 different stories, you know? And the one I enjoyed the most was probably Moon Knight, because that whole story had a point. It was to show like the mental state of an individual. And it's incredibly good. WandaVision was also great because it again deals with loss and tragedy in someone's mental states. Then you had Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which I felt just treaded water, didn't really do much of anything. I heard the Nick Fury show Secret Invasion was a complete bust, so you know. As long as you know where you're going, smaller scale is probably a good idea after something enormous like that, but you need to know where you're going.
This will hurt.
Ah! What are these things? Like, are they human? It's so hard to tell. I feel like that ability should probably be over here. Maybe like this. That feels like a big attack. It feels weird that it's all the way over there. Same with this. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, we're fighting a jellyfish. This gelatinous eyesore, is that what you decided to call this thing? That's mean. It's kind of nice looking. I haven't heard this song in a while. It's so good. This part feels very Persona 5 to me.
You underestimate me!
Do the expansion classes come before the expansion? I wish, dude. That's something WoW does that I think is great. They drop the classes shortly before the expansion, but here they all arrive on the expansion release. And I mean, since they start 10 levels below where the expansion starts, I think they should release them early, honestly. But now I'm gonna be spending the first 2 days of Dawn Trail leveling the Viper before I start the MSQ. I heard Pictomancer looked really fun as well. I haven't watched the job trailer yet, job action trailer. But I heard Pictomancer looks really fun. Which, I mean, I've been looking for a caster to enjoy. I'm kind of torn on all of them. Summoner is the one I enjoy the most, but it's also the most straightforward, simplistic one. What the hell is that? That's a helmet? Okay. Nice. This is my new outfit. I'm just gonna keep the headpiece and add it to what we have going on. This is what I look like now. Salt encrusted teleporter. Okay. Whoa! The teleporter bears you deep beneath the waves. Okay. Glyph of passage detected, confirming bearer's identity. Look, we're deep under the bounty. Then our map was no fake after all. Good to know. About your Cracklaw. Flying sharks. With freaking laser beams attached to their hands. Unrecognized ethereal signature. Brazen thief, you will proceed no further. Okay.
This will hurt.
Sounds like saying that hurts your voice, Justinian. So I'm not surprised. That thing's gone. There's a lot. I probably shouldn't have focused on the door. I probably should have focused on the ads. This is what it looks like. This is a lot of guys. I don't know if my boy here can keep me alive through this, but we'll see, man. We'll see.
Allow me.
There we go. Woo! One of these bad boys. Saw a lot of these things in Stormblood, I think? In the Ruby Sea.
You underestimate me!
You underestimate me. There's so many guttural sounds when he talks, dude. I forgot about these things. Hold on. Not that sold on the earring, personally. I'm not much of a fan of earrings in general, but that kind of works for this, honestly. Yeah, that does kind of work. Hold on. Yeah, that actually just straight up fits with the outfit. That's great. Okay, nice. When I got the earring as a drop here, I was like, hold on. Didn't I get an earring before? Okay, let's see if we can destroy this thing quickly this time. Maybe that's the key. Maybe it was good that I destroyed it first earlier, because now I'm seeing it's a casting thing. Claw Trap, Alzadal the 14th. Go. What the hell is that? Armored chariot? A formidable looking foe beyond your guard. Turn back, treasure seeker, or this vault will be your tomb.
You underestimate me! You underestimate me!
I will end this farce. I will end this farce.
Say it again, you stole.
You underestimate me! This will hurt.
So good. Such a good song. I think Endwalker might have some of my favorite music in the entire game. I think it might have better music than Shadowbringers. I know that's probably a controversial take, but I think Endwalker is just exceptional as far as music goes. Those are winter mittens. Oh, I can buy another Baja weapon. I'm currently... I can't even open the Chocobo inventory. I'm currently collecting all the Baja or relic weapons. Trying to get the base for all of them, because they're only 1,000 poetics each. Here we go. This looks like a treasure room, alright. Secure the treasure. He looks crazy. He has like a bull head? Not really. It's the nose ring. That's why. So Scorch, what level are you in Diablo now? This season. I think I've only played once since streaming, but I think I hit 70. I think I did. I'm just full lightning storm build now. I'm just holding right click and my druid holds the staff up in the air and just lightning coming down from the skies. It's very satisfying. Very good. I am missing 4 uniques though. If you want to play sometime later tonight or something and run some of the unique bosses like Varshan or Gregor. No more treasure chests. We're nearing the end of the dungeon, I think. This looks like the end. Why was he pulled by a Stinian? That's weird. Estinian took so much aggro, he pulled an enemy off me.
You underestimate me!
You underestimate me!
Allow me.
Okay. Secret tunnel! What's the last boss? Whoa. Whoa! Kapikulu? Da da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I love this song. Ba-da-ba-bam. Woo! Here we go. The end is nigh. Warning, this facility is under my protection. Failure to withdraw will invite chastisements. I welcome it. Steal all the treasure? I'm gonna steal his life, dude. Spin and fumble, stumble and fall. Ah! Not the happy string. Wait, what the hell? How do I control this? It was not with the mouse. Oh yeah, speaking of happy colors, apparently the Fall Guys event is coming back in like a week. I saw that on the launcher today. Because I missed that event completely, so that's fun. Oh god, okay. The Fall Guys event is coming back. I saw that on the launcher. Okay, how do we... How do we get out of this? Okay, I think it's working. I think it's working. This is bad. This is bad. Really? I haven't heard anything about that event whatsoever. I've just seen the mount, and I was like, I kind of want that. Apparently it's gonna come back at irregular intervals, I think is what it said. So it's just gonna keep coming back in the future. So it's not a one and done type of thing anymore.
This will hurt.
This is going to leave a mark.
Yeah, Y'shtola just did her limit break. He's done! Woo! We did it! Haha! We're back to win pose! He's back to being happy when winning. Hey, Ryonjay. So we get both tombstones of causality and comedy. That's good. And 40 extra causality for doing it the first time this week. That's very nice. And it's a level 90 dungeon, so no item for finishing, but in here is an item fending. What the hell is this armor, dude? Gonna have to look these up on Eorzea collection later. We did it. Oh. There's a lot of pipes. A lot of...
What have we here?
I don't know, it might be Full Metal Alchemist, I'm not sure yet.
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Are we... No, I'm not gonna say that. That's a spoiler for Full Metal Alchemist.
You mustn't touch it.
Varshan? What? Hi? Virtra?
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
Vritra.
You may address me as you
not
wish.
Vartra.
My nature is no longer a secret.
Vritra.
Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Well...
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
I wasn't going to touch it, you know, but Y'shtola. That's an incredible line. I kind of want to say it. Like, we're going to find out what he's sealing away, but... I wasn't going to touch it, but, you know, Y'shtola.
You and I will speak later.
I'm glad. I'm so glad I did it.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
Well.
This something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
That's incredible.
Perhaps I should simply show you.
Sure. Oh. That looks like a void gate. She looks way too happy about that.
I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Yep. Had a feeling. Vritra has been added to the Unending Codex. How many have we added to the Codex now? It's a lot of things and people. It's a lot of stuff. Can such a tiny portal truly be so dangerous? Yes. I came here in search of something that might further my research. I did not anticipate a fully functioning void gate. I expect you have more questions. Even in the learned halls of Shalien, 'tis forbidden to throw wide the gates to the abyss. The peril is far too great. Throw wide the gates, huh? Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is a product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery. That swirling emptiness that puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. Alzadal's legacy is added to trust, so Thancred can now go here. Perhaps I might linger a touch longer. Love this song. Anything Heavensward is peak.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
Same.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory.
So what dragon tragedy happened here, considering the song?
An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia.
Ah.
The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors.
Yeah.
With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void.
Damn.
Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
I mean, he probably did, right?
Indeed, I did.
Yeah, that's not that surprising.
I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya.
Ashdaya. Have we heard of that one before?
We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus, I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength.
Oh. And that's the crystal tower there next to it.
I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her.
So she could still be in there.
And Ashdaya has been lost to us
So she could still be alive. That's interesting.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
Well, of course not. Zande is the one
that
in
does
control
not
of the tower.
surprise me.
Yeah.
To Alagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return.
Exactly.
For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat-Han was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Is that why you look like this?
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her.
And that's why you're now walking around as Varshan,
What
because
I
the other
found
one is lost.
was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat-Han and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
Yeah.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void.
Are we gonna fight a void dragon?
You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple. Thought our time had come. I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether.
Yeah.
Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
And full glad am I that he made it.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations.
That's true.
They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Interesting. So she might be fine.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late.
I mean, we don't know how resourceful she is.
And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection.
Yeah, but we can go. We need a new adventure. We can go.
So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course.
Time to lock this
I wish
thing.
only to forget the rest.
Nah, we'll save her for you, dude. We'll try. I'm sure. So, are these patches gonna be focusing on the Void, then? Is that where we're going with this? That's my guess right now, at least. First Brood has been added to the Codex. Ether has been added to the Codex. He mentions the name near the end of MSQ. I called out my siblings, Tiamat and Race Holger agreed, but only silence from Ashdaya as usual. That's why I recognized when he said that. Estinian was like, you called out to her. It was not silence. She was too far. Like, she was cut off in a separate realm. That felt familiar for some reason. That makes sense. Talking about primal summoning to power the ship. Yeah. Okay. Millennia have passed since I last saw her, but I see Ashdaya in memory still, clear and vivid. 13th. What chaos must consume that world? Vritra's grief for a lost sibling will be no mystery to Estinian. His hath been a life entwined with sorrow, even before he became host to Nidhogg's essence. We know this now because we read his codex entry. No! I missed Estinian. No! So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gates. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I'll tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Razadon. Only reason I remember that line is because I was in this exact quest when you happened to be there in MSQ on stream. Really? That is crazy timing. Yeah, that, like, timing... When things like that happen, insane timing like that, that's how core memories are formed. That shit's gonna be stuck in your mind. Oh, you're funny. You're really funny, huh? Jesus. I did, like... If you haven't seen the raid, the 8-man raid part 1, you're not gonna understand what I'm referring to. I did say Themis had like bunny boy hair, so... That's a funny man right there. This is augmentation. Have you had a chance to... check out the raid yet, Scorch? Because the first part was quality. Darbar. Eorzea collection. Show me Darbar. Okay, all the sets have this color. I don't know if I'm gonna collect any of them, to be honest. Nah, I'm probably not gonna collect any of these sets from that dungeon. You've done the first 3 normal raids? What, like the first 3 circles? Or the 3 parts? Like the 3 wings. Three circles. Okay. Well, I'm glad we finally know his real name, though. Like, they haven't confirmed it in the story of the raid, but like, it's Themis is clearly Elidibus. Like, it has to be. He's wearing white. He had the same voice actor as Elidibus in the post-credit scene. Has to be. Because the OG Elidibus is the one they sacrificed to become the host for Zodiark. So he has to be the replacement one, I'm assuming. Unsung Blade of Asphodelos. A stunning, sadly... Where am I supposed to use this? Because the weapons use the books. Oh. Discal Tombstone? Oh, hold on. That tombstone is used for these weapons, I think. Yeah, no, ultralight. That's not the same. What the hell? What the hell is it used for? What the hell are those used for? Discal Tombstone. Discal Tombstone. What are you used for? Hold on. They'll be removed in patch 7.0, so they're just not used anymore. The subject of this section, used for, was retired or removed from the game in patch 6.4 and is no longer available to players. Retired items may still be kept in inventory but can no longer be renewably obtained. I got one. Tradable items may still be obtained from the market board or directly trading with other players. Information in this section is kept to maintain historical purposes. These were used alongside tombstones of astronomy to purchase radiant weapons. Now that those weapons are purchasable with Sack of Nuts, Discal Tombstones no longer has any use. They will be removed in patch 7.0. Oh, there you go. So I really don't need this sword then. What about these? What item level are they? 580. That's not much at all. I need to look through all those at some point. Not now though. The trumpet player is having the time of his life. Yeah, it looks remarkably like this thing. There is much about the Void Gate that I cannot even begin to explain. I must convince Vritra to share everything he knows.
Vritra speaks as if Azdaja is a lost cause, but I wager he feels differently in his heart of hearts.
If he believes in the heart of the cards. This is quite a gathering. To what do we owe the pleasure? It was a most enjoyable expedition, for which I am grateful. As for mine evaluation, I shall impress upon the Loperites that a treasure vault is incomplete without daunting sentinels to test the mettle of any would-be intruders. While I'm loath to keep Kryle waiting much longer, I cannot bring myself to leave before hearing more of Vritra's tale. Yeah. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but I must attend to the matter of the Vault's sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. No, it was us. We're sorry. It was Ishtola. Maybe it was us. Why such guilty faces? Surely it wasn't you who were responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. Thank you. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemical forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must now fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world.
So much effort for such a little door.
That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void scent, and from this side no man would be able to pass through.
No man. I should think Alphino would fit, given a firm enough push.
Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet, you succeeding in expanding this diminutive portal is sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists. Again, Full Metal Alchemist. I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azdaja, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to this 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with a cloud of darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and our doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void scent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gates. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. Are we gonna form a deal with whatever that shadow thing was that we saw? Like, I'm returned, the thing that was walking around that looked like Xenos using Enshroud, but that I hope is not Xenos using Enshroud and is someone else. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gates. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? It was all Asinian's idea. Can I keep doing this, please, to see if the legends were true? It was all Estinian's idea. Please. There's no messing to be had with Estinian. As I recall, it was you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. Well, as you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories are quite real. If not its rumored origin. But I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I have been adding to that trove for years, little by little. But the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Yes. Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You're most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loperates will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. Bye, Urianje. And I must be off to Charlian as well. Mistress Kryle was eager to speak with you and about that with you and the rest of us, I thought he was going to say, to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you're able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. Bye, Stola. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm, which we will after the MSQ for 6.1. Speak to the fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest. We will indeed be doing that soon. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least. Otherwise it was a heavy purse to pay. Heavy purse to pay for a treasure map leading to a treasure we couldn't keep. The difficult path in all this will be deciding how to best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Anything to make up for the constructs we broke. Then think of your employment as recompense. Serve me as a guest advisors, and I will consider the broken constructs paid for in full. Chrane and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Ugh. My back, my neck, my back, my everything else. Meanwhile, elsewhere, not in the Garlean Empire, guess it doesn't exist anymore in the same way, so. Whoa, okay. That's a throne. This reminds me of an expansion in Star Wars The Old Republic. That was set in space. Oh, he big. No, don't start lagging now. Let me take screenshots and don't lag, please, video game. I think I've seen an image of this guy. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Throne of Wind. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the Cloud of Darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah, let him come. I will drown the world and watch his fleshling, this fleshling gasp for breath in his final moments. Throne of the Elements. Oh, Knight in Black. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. Yeah, I've seen this dude before. This time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. He is the image of one of the patches. I don't remember which one. But I have seen this dude on the throne before. So they're fighting for the void. That's potentially disastrous. Sharing the wealth. I need to figure out when they break for patches. Hold on. Do they give you an achievement? That's the easiest way to discern when it ends. I'm gonna put my hand on the screen so I don't read any quest names or character names. You do get an achievement for every patch, it seems, when you finish them. Okay, good. So when I get the achievement, the patch is done. Good. I hope you enjoyed the expedition at least, otherwise it was a heavy purse to... Yep. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Interesting looking into the void that they have thrones of different elements. So I thought they were added... I guess they would be... They were in the first as well, though, so I guess it's not that crazy. The fact that they have thrones dedicated to different elements, that's wild. Can't wait to see how that works. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Chrane, you are to visit Akiali and Yedlamad. Speak with Matsya and his people and listen to their grievances. Justinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at the Megaduta. Matsya. Shadows. Use low detail models on shadow. Do I want that? Hold on. Is that why Tataru's shadow looked weird? use low detail models on shadow. Occlusion culling in this game has poor implementation where if you turn the camera around fast, you'll see objects behind you pop into vision as they're okay. This should improve performance, but shadows will look crappy, so I should just do this then. Just enable it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Hopefully shadows look better now. Cool outfit. I wore it a long time. Themis is gone. Okay. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. Let's get going. This here is my little chocobo. See how fast he flies. See how far he goes. Matsya. Oh, Chrane! I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for letting us borrow it. Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kalzal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. We'll do what we can to help you, Matsya. I swear it. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first time to Thavnair, then you must try my special Amra Lassie. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I part with 3 with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing to do as low as an even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. I am not Estinian. Estinian? Who is Yeah! You're the one who was with that spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be may no longer be on fire, but we're still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd still be scavenging for scraps in the streets. There's of loss and fire and fence. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger is past, certainly, but no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's still wonder the flow of export is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kalzal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who could get things done, God rest his soul. You've spoken with key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Varshan awaits you at the Megaduta. Yeah. Hard times indeed. Estinian! It would seem my stint on Virtus back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Hanish loco was thanking me profusely for saving their home. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, with the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. And there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. Why is he running around as a young boy? Wouldn't it be more useful if he was an adult? He could fight and do shit. Like, why? Why is he running around as a kid? As for my inquiries, the people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlamad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like. And I was assured that the jungles provided for their needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. Quarrymen, I'm just going to take a screenshot of that, that was beautiful. Quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade, so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akiali and Yedlamad? They are barely holding on, really. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlamad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale repeated over and over, so many lives lost. Yeah. Enough grief to drown in, if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Chrane, Estinian, I will consider the perspective you have brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. Yo, Vritra! Voice acting, please. Bring back Gosetsu. This voice actor.
I thank you for your attendance.
Gosetsu.
The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Alzadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Kalzar's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
Throw them in the ocean.
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
I don't know. Taxes, levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment. Takes a village. Idleshire's orphanage was funded through trade in highly coveted goods. I mean, it worked in Idleshire, right? Okay, give that as an example.
Of course, we can draw on trading profits to build a new Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage.
So it is the taxes option then.
Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Raid Shadow. Something with Khalzal seems appropriate.
A fitting candidate. Khalzal should be remembered not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Khalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well.
What is his face, dude? What?
Isn't that right, men?
He looks so strange.
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Khalzal Foundation.
Henceforth you shall be known as Darth Vader.
Thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor.
Time to get those kids off the damn streets.
Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Share the load, said Sam to Frodo. Tears of loss and fire and fate.
Bridging the rifts. Thank you for putting forth Khalzal's name. Those whose lives those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asked that you meet her at High Crucible at your earliest convenience.
Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished a study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then?
I will go with you.
I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation.
My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before Ahiwan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I'm curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction.
As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency.
Just gonna send a text, hold on. Yeah, I look like I'm sleeping. If I'd be sleeping, you'd be hearing it. Let's get out of here. I don't have many classes left to level, damn. 5. Plus Blue Mage. That's doable before the expansion comes out, I think.
For one who claims it is too late to save his sister, Vritra seems awfully interested in whatever revelations Y'shtola might have to share.
Shall we hear what your scholarly comrade has to say? This is voice acted for sure. You can see the camera panning.
Right, here we all are.
Yep.
You discovered something new.
And now for something completely
I
different.
took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the void gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
I am impatient.
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them.
Did she have a stuffy nose when recording this?
Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first.
What about when I went to the first?
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world.
Yeah.
The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first.
Somehow.
The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah. Got a text and the buzzing scared
What of the
me.
many voids found in the source? Who guides them here and how?
I think we just saw that.
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Uh-huh. Hawk Manor. I think that's for this place. We're looking at something completely different,
such an
but
entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first.
I see.
And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
Oh.
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit.
Yeah.
In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Hence the name.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Interesting.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
No. We'll do it anyway.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
That's us!
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
We can do it.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the Cloud of Darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Count me in. So much for taking it easy. Count me in, dog. Count me in. Ah.
I had a feeling you might say that.
Ba, ba, da, ba.
Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands.
I won't fail you.
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
She said, looking him in the eye. Staring into his soul.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan?
Sometimes.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes.
Dayman.
The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daimir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
That's rough.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
Old Charlene. Oh. Yeah. Graw's favorite place to sneak around.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy.
I forgot it was named Numenon. I always think of Numenor from Lord of the Rings when I hear it.
In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
Yeah. Let's. Bye, Vritra.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
It's up to you, my dude. It's no easy choice to make, but it's yours. To Charlene. If we're to enter Numenor's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must ensure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind. What of Scholark Monochain? He did come to Gra's defense during the inquiry, after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. I need to go downstairs and find something to eat quickly. I'll be I'll be right back. Why is the text not showing? There we go. I'll be right back. I need something to eat. I'm feeling the effects of hunger. You know. So I'm gonna check on that. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. I'm probably gonna do this. Let's see if we can find a good... That's good. We'll do that. And then... let's see, can I just copy this source and add it here? There we go. I'll leave it like that, and I'll quickly eat my stuff here, and then I'll be back on in like 5 minutes. Now with sound on. Okay. I needed that. I was starting to feel like, I don't know, when you start feeling weak in your arms because you're so hungry. Like, I was at that point. So that was well needed. Sorry it took a bit. But we can probably keep going now. Was this the only place where we had a speech bubble? Yeah. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7. Jesus. And labored under her tutelage for a full decade. Oh. I never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Tancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisois took him off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Should I wonder as well? Oh, never mind me, it was just an idle thought. Tea at the last stand after a day of lectures? Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get. But it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. How nice. Very nice indeed. Mana chain. Ah, visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Skolok. But we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, huh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Well, I'll be damned. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Demir has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend, as Master Matoya's theme kicks in. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Boyfriend, that is. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought. Hear, feel, think. Endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to the very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha! Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request to the forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Levier? Yeah. Master Chauffeur? No, of course. You can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dearest children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortuno on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to Levier Estate and plead our case. Ah, one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity... Of course, Skolok. We'll be sure to pass on any revelations. What a nice man. No speech bubbles. Hey, what up? Ah, Master Chrane, Master Ishola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuno. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. The Master is in residence. That's great. Hey. Well, well. Millions would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. We want to open a void gate the size of Los Angeles. Do you agree? Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Skolak Monichain expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister. She was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up thoughts of reunion. He spent his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue, all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at Baldessian Annex. Thank you, Fortuno. I forgot this patch was quite long. Yeah, I fully expected this to take like 3 hours tops, but we're at almost 5. Though for like half of the first hour I was chased by a hornet, so have to add that to the list. And took a break for 20 minutes to eat. Yo, Ishtala. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Shalien, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner of the in question, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms that I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. Fortune are you softy. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines. And it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That's wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, I'm sure you are aware this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor, and bid you good day. You softy! Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising. Aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Shalien needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses. If I were but 5 years younger, I'd cast aside my lectern and join you on your adventures in a heartbeat. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed of any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be finding House Demir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. I'm just gonna go downstairs and get something. 30 seconds. There we go. I expected a text message. Chrane is dead. This is Hornets. He would be big enough to take up the entire space of this chair, so it could have happened. He was a large one. It's enormous, that Hornet. Terrifying. Restricted reading. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant access to the restricted section.
Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. It was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
It's this way.
To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist but yawns away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Alzadal III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned but clearly not taken to heart. That's rough, buddy.
Why is he talking in the rude SpongeBob meme?
Archon is stolen and guest identified. You wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me if you want. Watch your step, and please note that these use of necrophlex is discouraged.
Okay. Shit, SpongeBob. Yo! Great Google library.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Time to learn some dark arts. This song is great.
No smoking, no throwing books, no yelling out Eureka in an obnoxious loud voice.
Do you have any rules you need to follow? Untitled Goldsmith's Journal. If this is Godbert, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, her eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite transcendent being. This does not seem to be what I'm looking for. This guy is a... I don't even know if it's a guy, to be honest. Some weirdo falling in love with a void scent. Weighty tome. Primal disquisitions. In the year 1564 of the 6th Astral Era, the Emuljas summoned Ifrit, their patron god. Accounts describe the being as a gigantic lizard-like being with a potent command of fire-aspected magics. If we consider that primal summoning is an act fueled by faith and prayer, it is unsurprising, if not expected, that the resulting deiform entity should manifest the appearance of and powers with which it is attributed by its worshippers. What then might emerge from the ether Should one who believes in an almighty omniscience attempt the same ritual? Would the scholar himself grace us with his presence? Some other embodiment of divine sagacity? Could this man-made god truly be all-knowing, and if it were, whence would such knowledge arise? I myself have many questions concerning the nature of the ancient world, with no spelling to transport me back to the days of old. Could I instead summon a being possessed of encyclopedic wisdom of every age? Yet with no means to verify its pronouncements, how could one be certain they were true? Though your mind spins with the possibilities discussed therein, this does not seem to be the volume you're seeking. Very interesting questions posed in that book. Leatherbound log. Epiphanies of House Demir. The following pages detail an advanced method of manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuashan, the 9th Patriarch of House Demir. We present these research notes to the faculty of Charlene's Studium as both a token of our friendship and expression of our boundless admiration. You found it. No! Ishtala! Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by its contents. A forbidden research log detailing an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th Patriarch of Demir. That's the same. Okay. Dun, dun. Ooh. Nice. The song took a turn there I did not expect. Well done, Chrane. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Demir's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
It's time. Whoa! That's from the World of Darkness raid.
Of the Void Scent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures, a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities?
You are blind.
This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now.
Really?
Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales.
Have I? I guess I have.
And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomus of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves. Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Cool. Hey, Orsi has been added to the codex. Head off, gonna spend it. Yeah. You take care, man. Enjoy your night. Thanks for hanging out. Congratulations on locating the object of your search. Please move along. Someone need to teach this thing some manners. He says nice things, but he shouts them at me. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know Harnish, alchemist, who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I'll be here. Pigeon mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. I say we return to Thavnir and look for her at the great work. Sounds like a plan. Ugh. I don't think I've ever used a Chocobo Keep outside of a Realm Reborn. Except for the one you have to use in Heavensward for the quest. Outside, I've never done that. Not once. All these sallow, sleep-deprived faces, but their eyes still burn with fiery zeal. Some things never change. Well, they haven't taken their group sleep time here that they did the first time we came here. I need to do a sleep session. Y'shtola tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, that you want me to be part of it. Absolutely. I have no doubts you'll be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters! This is the mark of House Daemir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. Who made them the be-all, end-all of that shit? Who gives a shit what they think? Truly, who gives a shit? I find it so interesting that so many are just willing to let Charlian run everything. Like, why? I say that, well, in the real world, there's a very similar parallel. But still. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right in front of my unsuspecting hand.
I can hardly wait to read it. There you go. That's what I want to hear. She's great. I have a hard time remembering her name, sadly, but she's a great character. To think that Demir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes! 1,000 times yes! I work on a Demir project that even the redoubtable scholars of Sharlayan trembling in their sandals, no alchemist of the great work could resist. You're a woman after my own heart. Just telling you, she's great! Nidana. I need to remember her name. Nidana. I need to remember her name. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? Traversing the rift. So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Sharlayan's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need to go no further than the Font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored this place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you'll be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I petition Vritra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gates. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Let's get over there and look. Astrally dense pockets. Oh, two of them. Archon Y'shtola requested that I join you, but of her plans she offered scant detail. The boy Murad was glad to hear the news of the Foundation. It means a new life for him and his sister. I forgot to mention, the Font of Maya attracts aggressive wildlife, and yeah, that's fine, I already went. Do you have the flask for me? Flask filled with astral infused water is scooped from a strangely specific point in the depths of the Font of Maya. It was very specific, that's true. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Chrane.
We have a picture now. That must mean something. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of a diversion, and we in turn may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsia's boat again? Not this time. Once Ishtoel informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akiali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? Woo woo. You need not keep your weapons close at hand. The Guardians will not attack if I am present, so I pray you leave them be. And all this time I thought the tales of Alzadal's horde were no more than drunken sailors' fancies. Onto the boat, if you please. We can chat on the way there. It is likely not needed with Vitra's doing, but I hold on to the map against the chance we might return to the ruins. The ship is yours to command. Our thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is exciting. Alzadal's legacy. To see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. I thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. Would seem a few stragglers remained. Poor Vritra. He really should have spoken with Estinian before we left. I shudder to think what we've cost them in terms of construct materials. He laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word. Oh. That's rough, buddy. Okay. Auto for voice acting?
The ruins alone were impressive enough. But I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty.
Well, here it is.
It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
Yeah, and I think you did the right thing.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify.
It sounds like she has a stuffy
that a
nose.
short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance.
It sounds like she has a stuffy nose. Am I crazy?
Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yeah.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Good question. No clue. Say nothing and look meaningfully at Estinian.
What? Why are you looking at me like that? Surely you'd not expect me to wriggle through that tiny portal.
We needn't attempt anything so drastic.
That'd be funny,
a
though.
small familiar should serve well enough.
I wish we could do that. It'd be funny.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that.
Mm-hmm.
What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
No idea. She said imp, but I'm not...
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Water, water, froth and foam!
What is happening? She sounded like a completely different person.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
What the hell? Yeah, we heard you. All of us heard you.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve us well. This one will bear a warding scale.
WandaVision started playing in the background.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
He's shocked by what he saw.
We should also be wary of
and
voices
heard.
slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Froth and foam!
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Oh, yeah?
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
Water, water, froth and foam! Into shadow realms we go!
Good luck. We need to wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders. I struggle to picture Y'shtola as a little girl. Easy to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons. I agree. Sister, save me. I'll never see Y'shtola the same way again. Froth and foam indeed. Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal above the Crystal Tower, and the final lash of Ajdaja's tail as she plunged into the void. Oh boy. Fighting.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
Oh. One of them looks kind of corrupted. Yeah. I deflate! Frozen foam!
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
Say her
We're
sister?
out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
Yeah.
They're coming through.
I hate that.
In the name of Alzadal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
Yeah. I hope we all learned something. Oh, that poor thing.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
Yeah. We can do it.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
It would seem so.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation.
Oh.
It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Oh, right, you've never been.
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Unakalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus.
Unakalhai.
The champions of that ill-fated world used a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Unakalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion.
Probably. Barman at the Wandering Stairs. Ardbert's companion, the elven swordswoman. The barmaid at the Wandering Stairs. That's specifically where she is.
The server, Ciela, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns?
Yeah.
I see. So Ciela, or rather Silver, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Unakalhai. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
No, I don't think I will.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first, I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives?
That is bold.
Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
I like Vritra. I
We
hope
will
he
see
sticks
you
around.
back in the city then.
Yeah, something's up. Estinian sensing something's up with him. I just hope we'll get to keep him. I don't know, man.
Bum bum. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum, seeing the Void's terrors firsthand was an experience, but a doubt fear of such creatures is the root of virtuous hesitation. Once Nidana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize it's more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. But we'll discuss this later. There is something I must do first. I want no part in this bullshit. Excuse me. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Shall we proceed with our preparations then? As we saw, the warding scales can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks. An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. Sid! Haven't seen him in so long. With his experienced hand at the helm, I mean, I guess we saw him when we built the ship, but still, it feels like forever ago. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Rolga's Reach and commission their best and brightest. So that's just where they have their base now, I guess. Oh, they took me here for me. That's nice. What are you wearing? Oh. What's the currency here? Is it the same as Heavensward? Centuria seals, yeah. So, A Realm Reborn uses allied seals. Heavensward and Stormblood uses Centurio seals. And Shadowbringers and Endwalker use nuts. Are we gonna get a new currency for Dawntrail? Perhaps this young man can locate Sid for us. Chrane, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president. Actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a free moment. Has a moment free. Yo, what up? Not voiced. Yep. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the Void to find a lost dragon. It sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if I could say anything that would if you could say anything that would surprise me after Meteon and that bloody mess. You're too bloody useful. Alright. Let's take a look at the talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It seems some manner of corrosion is set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the Void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, you said? You are starting to sound like Tony Stark. Meanwhile, what actual Tony Stark is doing, Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design, just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. Ha! The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands. I'll be sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. Bye, Sid. It sounds like we're winding down right now. Because, like, it will take some time. We're gonna see how it, it sounds like they're setting up for, we're nearing a break. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidana is getting on with the Mock Atmos. We've been going over 5 hours now for this patch. That's a lot of time for one patch. It's a lot of content. That person came up and did /pat on me as I teleported away. Not sure why. Hi. The insatiable curiosity of our alchemists has ever amazed me, though I've largely left them to their own devices since we opened the gate together. I hope Nidana has good news for us.
Ah, hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components. And I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
Oh.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Dude, what is happening with your face?
Navdeen, what is this about?
What is going on with his face?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan.
There you go. Hell yeah. I don't care that you look dumb, dude. You tell him. Jesus.
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
Good guy, Navdeen. I hope the graphical update do you favors.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
To protect them well, you must take heart.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them.
You haven't failed anything.
If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ashdaya nor Radzatan.
It's about to get serious.
My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Yay. Good shit.
Nabdeen? What? Someone needed to give that boy a good talking to. Yeah, you don't suppose I'll be reprimanded, do you? I did just yell at the satrap. I think you did good. I'm in favor of everything you just did. You have my support. Convincing others to follow their hearts is not my forte. I would have gladly let our more philosophical comrades take the lead, had they been here. I will not squander this chance you have given me. I will find Ajdaya. We'll have that Automos built before you know it, and when a project like this comes along, we'll give it our full and undivided attention. Sleep? Who needs it? That reminds me, I really should finish that other project I was working on for His Excellency. And what would that be? You surprised me, Stinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vritra reach this conclusion. It was for the greater good. The wind's thundering sighs were keeping his citizen awake at night, and the travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoska's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vritra that pain, then I will follow you. Just the four of us? An unusual crew we have here. Indeed, but perhaps for our purpose, but perfect for our purpose, I should think. I'd rather not bother the Scions with aught less than a dire threat to the star. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. This patch is still going. Closing in on 6 hours. Jesus. Dharma! Sir, you have a void gate on your back. Probably have that checked out. Sophie Alexander. I'm Ether Titan. Hello. I was put up in a guest room in the palace while I awaited my audience with Vritra. I expect we'll be given the use of something similar. Conducting our expedition out of the Rising Stones would raise just as many questions as recruiting too many Scions. At least here in Radzatan, we might be expected to appear road-weary from our local explorations. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. This is Meteor, Survivor, the actual canon character. This is what he do. This is what he does when you are playing through the game looking differently. I swear. As you heard, we'll have you settled in Megaduta in no time. In due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Ajdaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long expeditions might possibly take. Or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I'm grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. So I guess this is the patch breakpoint then. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with a radiant host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Chrane, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. It's in my soul, some might say. Tales of loss and fire and fate. Meanwhile, in the 13th. This place has probably seen better days. Oh, so this thing was not the knight, dude. So who is this? Is he Xenos? Please be someone else. I don't remember what his scythe looked like. It's not Xenos, is it? Please let his story be over. He had a good ending. Please be someone else. Is that a hand coming around his face? Looks like it, yeah. Oh my god.
And thus I am returned.
Okay.
To this world, bereft of saviors.
What does it mean? Who is that? What is that? Oh, that was it. That's the end of the patch. Newfound adventurer. You've been standing here this whole time. I was so distracted when I walked up these stairs before and I was here talking to someone and I'm like, you're standing here in a swimsuit. Like, what are you? The different way people play this game, I swear. Okay. That's that. Let's see here. That's the patch. Great. Now we can do the Tataru and Omega quests, and then we'll do the raid.